Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. What up, Steams and Nikki? Yeah, I'm on. Give me a second. All right, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate company is not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lies5trading.com so I can get you sorted. All right, let's begin. Let's see what we got. So I think yesterday, the after hours for NVIDIA was meh. A little bit of volatility, but as expected. All right, we're opening at the 5. We're opening at the 5, so you already know we need to be patient here, right? Below the water, maybe getting below the water here. All right, let's let this play out just a little bit. I know you're looking at them puts like, they look so juicy right now. A little bit of patience. I get it. A little bit of patience. Nikki, you're just thirsty. That's all. Nikki's thirsty. All right, we're at the 5, so there's not a lot to do here. Let's let it settle out. Discord, pay attention to your 5-minute chart. Let's let 1 or 2 cycles go by. If we're looking for calls, we need to wait until it significantly breaks and then retest. Significant, that's subjective, right? We gotta wait to see. We gotta wait to see. There's probably nothing to do right here on the 5. There's probably nothing to do because we're going to be guessing. Let's at least get some data. Now, here's the thing. Right now, anybody could guess and you'd have a 50-50 shot. Right? Right now, anybody can guess and you'd have a 50-50 shot. So let's just wait for the data. There's nothing to do right here at the 5. We need to get some distance away from it. If you're the risky type and you have a bet and you want to make a bet, go for it. Because everyone's going to make their assumption right now, like, oh, I think this, I think that. And then if we wait patiently and let's say we don't take a trade because we want more confirmation, then you're going to look back and be like, oh man, see, I knew it. I knew I should have done X, Y, and Z. I knew it. Can't think like that. You can't think like that. Hasn't even been 15 minutes. Let the markets, let it settle out a little bit. We're right at the 5. Look, there's nothing to do in here, right? There's nothing to do right here. Let them figure it out. Let them figure it. We're just at the 5. Also, for the last 3 hours, the price action has been atrocious. Absolutely ugly. You remember like the last, I don't know, 2 hours or 2.5 hours from yesterday? How it just did this? Nasty, ugly, in an up direction. That's what it's been doing for the last 3 hours. Except down. There's nothing to do here. Just let it settle out. Well, it'll be obvious. Matter of fact, it may not be because we're right at the 5. So give it some time. We don't need to be impatient. We don't need to be in a rush to throw money away. This is very good liquidity though. This is very good liquidity. When it pops, it's gonna move. You just gotta be careful that that let's say the momentum candle pops, right? Whichever way, doesn't matter which way. When the momentum candle pops, that the retracement doesn't get you before they continue. So yeah, technically it's always a 50-50 shot. However, we can increase the odds in our favor if we wait for data. So it can go from a 50-50 to, you know, maybe a 80-20, 75-25, something like that if we wait for the data. But essentially, you can only buy calls or puts, right? What I'm saying is there's nothing to do right here. Let's wait for whatever's on your 5-minute chart. At minimum, we got to wait for that because that's going to give us better odds. If one of those things happen, the odds will be in our favor, right? Then it's going to be greater in our favor than 50. I don't think I've seen an open like this in ever or a while. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen it open up exactly like this. This is interesting. Look, we can see that this is, the liquidity is just sideways. So they don't really give a damn about our diagonal liquidity today, or for right now, right? They're not really interested in the diagonal. They're doing supply and demand right now. Buy at the bottom, sell at the top. Buy at the bottom. This is all they're doing. We see the pattern. You don't need to think. This is interesting price action. I haven't seen it do this. I don't think. Maybe first time, like at the opening like this, I've probably never seen it like this. Very interesting. Let them figure it out. Let's see if we can make a little box. Let them figure this box out right here. Rhino, we're just going sideways, if I'm being honest. We're just going sideways. And even if it did, right, it's only going to tell us that we can get to here. We need to do this for anything, right? Even if it did, right? So we need all of that to happen first. We need all this to happen first before we're thinking about something like this. Now remember what I told you, whichever way it pops on that momentum candle, you have to be careful that whichever way it pops, right? You got to be careful that the retracement doesn't get you before it continues. All right, now if you're waiting for the proper setup, wait for it. Yeah, so just wait for the pullback, right? Wait for the pullback, and if it doesn't happen, then that's the opportunity risk we're taking, right? We missed out on the opportunity. But I'm always gonna recommend wait for the pullback, the retest. That's always what I'm gonna recommend. Now, if it breaks and shoots off without us, that's the opportunity risk we're taking. Doesn't mean we're gonna lose money. It just means that's the risk of opportunity. But I will say that the more you wait for the pullback, you're gonna preserve your account, because that's the safer bet. And then when the home runs do come, you won't have to. The home runs are gonna come. I'm telling you, the home runs will come. So just maybe play it cool for a bit. You may get some FOMO, like, damn, I knew I should have took it. I knew I should have took it. Yada yada yada. But when the home runs do come, it'll be worth it. Because, again, I'm always going to give you guys the optimal setup, what it needs to look like. Now, there's a possibility it could break that whatever and just keep going without us. That's always a possibility, and that's the opportunity risk we're taking. And at least this way, you get a chance to see if this is a liquidity grab, or if they are making a new higher high or higher low, right? So if this is our low and we're looking for a higher low, we'll get an opportunity to see. If it were to just to break here and shoot off, then we're gonna have to be okay with that. All right, if you waited for that pullback, I suggested protect your trade. Remember, very simple. When it does pop, I told you, watch out for this pullback, because it prepare for the pullback and then the continuation. I told you it's gonna pop, this is gonna happen, and then it's gonna continue, right? Easy money. Doesn't matter what direction, the same thing was gonna happen in whichever direction. It didn't matter. The same thing was gonna happen. Now protect your trade. So look, Millie, we needed to wait at least until we broke this down here, right? That's what I was telling Rhino. At least we need to wait till we break this and see if there's a pullback. Up here, we broke this one up here, and then we see the pullback. We see the pullback and then the continuation. So we had to at least break this here. All right, so look, if we go to our 5-minute chart, the top of those lick boxes, or we can even use this this line right here. Let's see, 39.59, right? So if we go to 39.59 on our 1 minute, 39, that's right here. So the break, the retest, the reject, the break, the retest, the reject. So our optimal call entry, probably, if you're using the 5-minute, somewhere up here, right? After it broke and retested. We see the break and the retest. Now we needed all this to happen to confirm at least we have some momentum to the upside. We needed it to happen. Other than that, we're just guessing. We needed the data, right? So this is the data we needed. We needed to break, retest, and reject off of this level here. All right, look, Jones, I'm gonna go over it again. Watch. If we overlay both of them, right? It broke the lick box right here. It broke it, right? We agree, it broke it right here. The retest to, even if you did this level right here, let's say you did 39.82, but I'm freehand, I mean the top of the lick box. When I'm doing this, obviously I mean the top of the lick box, right? Which would be, let's say 39.67, let's just say. So it broke, retested, even if you did 39.67. You see what I'm saying? So it broke, it retested. The price, we know that the price had to come back down here, right? It had to. Look where it went. We know it had to come back down here. It didn't just stack on here and here and here and never come back. It at least retested. I think we can see it right here. Okay, so then maybe wait for the week cycle And if we get a weak cycle, then you'll know what to do. If we get a weak cycle here, then you'll know what to do, right? Let me show you again. Look, the price broke. The price broke. We can agree to that on 10 o'clock. Where's the 10 o'clock? Oh, it's the 5-minute chart. So on the 955 candle, the price broke on the 955 candle. It broke the level. 955. If you use the 1 minute, it was 952, 3 minutes earlier. Yeah, 3 minutes earlier, just about. Either way, the price broke the level. It retested the level. We know it retested because we see the wick right here in the bottom. And then it rejected from, what is this? 65 to 35. $39.60, what did I say? Right here. Right, this lick box to $40.39. And I mean, we can literally see it right here. And I actually drew it over here when I said when the price breaks, expect some pullback before it continues. Okay, hold on, listen. Did everyone, yay or nay? Did I say out loud that whichever way this price breaks, either below or above this liquidity right here, that it's gonna break, right? It's gonna break, you're gonna see the momentum, it's gonna pull back, and I said be careful on the pullback because it's gonna continue. Did you remember seeing me draw this? Like this? Anyone? And I didn't use the yellow, I used the what is this? This gray, the shadow. Okay. So did everything that I drew happen? Did it happen damn near exactly as I said it would? I'm pretty sure it did. You don't have to answer because I know it did, right? Everything happened, everything. I think everyone's expecting like for me to know ahead of time that the candles are gonna, what the candles are gonna look like. That's I think you're asking for a little too much. I don't know what the candles are gonna look like. As I'm saying, we have to learn how to overlay all these charts that I have up here, the 5, the 30, all of them. We need to overlay all these charts. I said actually in real time, there's gonna be a momentum candle, a push up. Watch out for the pullback because it's gonna continue after. I actually drew it on the screen. No, I'm not bothered. It's just I'm trying to communicate what I'm expecting to see. So besides actually giving you a visual of saying it's gonna pop, there's gonna be a pullback, and then it's gonna continue. Besides drawing that and actually having it happen, there's nothing more I can do. Because you have to understand, right? Like, let's use this 30-minute chart, for example. In this 30-minute chart, we just see look, we just see, you know, like a hammer candle right here. However, on the 1-minute chart, look what it actually looked like. It didn't look like that, right? So there's a lot going on inside. So there's a lot going on inside of the actual candle here. And then, look, we can say right now that it broke, it retested, and at least this next candle went all the way back up to here, right? So the break, the retest, back up to here. So even if you waited for the retest right here, let's say you did 39.65 to 40.47, right? Now, if you're gonna hold for the week cycle, then hold for the week cycle. So let me ask you, is this not a break, a retest, and a reject right here of damn near 1 full point? Is it not, or is it? And I'm not even bothered. It doesn't bother me at all. The reason why it doesn't bother me, Jones, is because I literally said what was going to happen, and all of it happened. All of it. So I can't be bothered about being right. Now is a retest and reject for sure. Okay, let me ask you. And this 30-minute candle, did you see a retest and reject in this 30-minute candle? In this one right here? Or this one right here? We have to translate lower time frames to the higher time frames. This is the task we have. I mean, and besides that, I literally drew what was gonna happen. I told everyone there's gonna be a big momentum candle, there's gonna be some drawdown, and it's gonna push back up. Like, yeah, nothing more I can do. But look, if you didn't take the trade, fine, you're okay, right? If you didn't take the trade, looks like you're okay. Looks like you're okay. No big deal. I'm cyberbullying. I'm a cyber. Oh wait. Cyberbullying. I'm getting ready for now. Oh, sorry to hear that. If you want to share her name, I want to send her a prayer. Yeah, this is supply and demand day. They don't give a damn about our little algorithms. Let's see, we have a break of the 5. Let's see if they retest the 5 and reject off the 5. Let's see. Or if they get underneath and they start making this resistance, watch. If they make this resistance right here, this would be optimal for puts. This would be optimal for puts right here. And look, if you're waiting for it to 5-minute candle, the retest and reject, if you wanted to see it on the 5-minute and it didn't, then what? You didn't miss out on anything, right? Then you didn't miss out. So I think everything's fine. You have to understand, I'm trying to translate a 1-minute chart and a 5-minute chart and a 30-minute chart. I'm trying to accommodate many different styles and strategies. Yeah, they don't care about our little trend lines today. This is supply and demand day. And look, if the setup doesn't look good to you, then it doesn't look, you don't have to take every trade. You don't have to be in every single leg of every single move. We need to stop having that, like, that thought that you missed something. You didn't miss anything. We do this every single day. If it didn't look good, then it doesn't look good. You need time to, this takes time. This isn't like, yeah, you'll be fine. In my opinion, I think this is for puts right here. Whatever we have right here, this is ideal. Millie, when we're this close to the 5, let it get a little bit of distance. Let it get a little bit of liftoff. And it's hard to say what liftoff is because it's subjective, but give it a little bit of, you got to give it a little bit of distance, a little bit of liftoff, and also wait for the week cycle. The week cycle would tell us. When we're this close to the 5, there's really nothing to do. This is just chopping here. There's nothing to do. If you're waiting for the break and retest and it never happened, okay, then you're waiting for it. If you took this break, retest, and reject right here, then hopefully you protected your trade and made some profit. No big deal. No harm, no foul. So look, everyone has a different risk tolerance. Everybody has a different risk tolerance. If it didn't look good to you, then it doesn't look good. You don't have to, we're not all gonna have the same vision or risk tolerance. That's not a thing. Now look, let's say this breaks down here, right? And it just keeps going and it never retests. There's nothing we can do about that. This is the optimal. If it did this, this would be optimal. Doesn't mean it has to. It just means I'm telling you what the optimal scenario would look like. From here, we want to see a dance. We want to see it dance because we want to know that this is happening, right? We want to see this, and then maybe this, and this. This would be optimal. But if it doesn't happen and just breaks straight through, then what are we going to do, right? So certain things need to happen for the proper setup. If it doesn't happen like that, then wait for it to look the way you want it to. If it doesn't look like that, then you didn't miss anything. And if you feel like, oh man, I missed that trade, you need to get that out of your mind. You didn't miss anything. Just wait for the setup to look good to you. And you're trying to say, well, I don't know when it looks good to me. I don't know when. Like, how am I supposed to know when if you don't tell me when it looks good? And I'm telling you, which I've been saying since day number uno, this takes time. You need time and experience. If you've ever done any hobby, if you've ever done whatever it is that you're good at or that your job maybe, you know, sometimes the books may say, when this thing happens, you're supposed to do this. But you know, as an expert or a professional in your field, that the books work sometimes. And maybe when you're coming out of college or coming out of brand new status, newbie status, that it's a good framework to work off of, right? But you'll know in time, you know what? It says to do that, but I know what it's supposed to do, or I know what's going to actually happen. And that takes time to learn that type of experience. It's the same thing. So there's not going to be a 100% guaranteed anything. And I think we're all looking for a 100% guaranteed something. All I can say is, if it doesn't look good to you, wait for it to look the way it needs to. The home runs will come. Don't get greedy. Don't overstay your welcome. Take the money when you see it, because in time you will see. It's just going to take time. So don't force it right now. Because all you really have is a guaranteed piece of shit. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but okay. So look, if this is going to be what's going to happen, certain things need to happen first. So we have to wait for the confirmation. So if this is going to be a thing, maybe a break and retest under here would be your best bet. If you want me to take a shit in a box and mark it, wait. Is that Adam Sandler? Tommy Boy, is that Adam Sandler? Oh, who, the fat guy? Who's the big fat guy? Chris Farley, yeah. Okay. I've probably seen it, but I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know, yeah. I've probably seen it. Jones, the only reason you said, I've never been more disappointed in a human being right now. You heard that language from your parents. You learned that from somewhere. I blame the parents. So look, let me give you an example. We'll know that this inverted or inverse cup and handle is going to be a thing after we break and retest. This is how it works. You don't, after we break and retest, that's how we know. If we get back above this lick box here, we're just in chop. We're just in chop if we get back above this lick box. This is why we want to wait for the break and retest underneath here. This is why. I'm not saying it's not gonna, that they're not going to grab liquidity from right here and head down here, but this is why it's optimal just to be patient and wait for it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. These are the setups. Just wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen and it goes without us, we got to be okay with that. If this gets above, like, let's say 39.75, this is chop. I'd give it to 39.75 for a handle, but this would be overextension on the handle at this point. The only way this would still be valid is if like it's spiked up to maybe, what did I say, 39.75? Maybe if it spiked up to like 39.75 and then wicked. It would, or else we're just still in chop. So like I said, we're not gonna know this is a thing until this happens. And then also, I'm going to take a 1 second watch. I just want everyone, I'm going to do a screen share. The trading plans. We're back at higher time frame 50-50. We're also looking at a long weekend. Trade light. If premiums are high, expect volatility. Volatility means some drawdown. Let's see where the 5 MA opens and try to make a play off the 5. Now look, here's one of our chop near the 5. Right? Here's one of the trading plans. Big chop near the 5. Where are we at? The 5. Big chop near the 5. All right, cool. Don't think I need to say much more. Look, if this happens down here, then we'll know that maybe we're out of that chop. So we got to wait for this to happen. I'm just going to move this over just a little bit. Still the same setup. Just going to move it over a little bit just so everyone can see. I'll be right back. I gotta take a call. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I was taking a phone call. All right, let me see what we got. Chop. All right, cool. No big deal. We're just chopping around. There's nothing to do here, right? Yeah, sorry, Raul. There's nothing to do. We're in chop. Certain things need to happen. This is, if they're making this, if they're drawing this handle out, like this handle right here. Oh, wait, sorry. If they're just drawing this out to make it uncomfortable for everybody, then that's what's happening. Again, if we get above, let me see, probably 39, I think I said 39.75 before. You know, around this area, if we get above here, then this is no longer valid. We're just chopping around at the 5. Yeah, I think today's gonna be one of these days, right? Let's see if this overextended handle is gonna hit now. Maybe we got some momentum here. Let's see this overextended handle, what they got. We want to see if we can make a quick buck. Look, we're back in this liquidity box. That means there is hella liquidity in here. Hella liquidity right in here. So if it moves, it's probably, if it breaks, it's probably gonna move, right? It may not be a pretty move, but it's, you know, the likelihood is on our side. Yeah, for real, I've been in California too long. I didn't even catch it. I didn't even catch it. I've been in California too long. I like that area. It's nice. See, people don't understand. California, beautiful. Beautiful. Very beautiful place. Unfortunately, it's run by some crazies. You know, I'm from Florida. I'm from Florida, actually. But I'm not gonna lie, Florida, it's too hot, dude. It's too hot. It's just too. If it wasn't so hot, yeah, California's too expensive. California's too expensive. Florida's too hot. What are you gonna do? California's crazy expensive. I went to the Grand Canyon, and I drove from San Diego to the Grand Canyon, right? Simply like the difference of maybe an hour drive, it was $2.89 for gas versus $6.75 for gas. This is a true story. Yeah, I can't take the heat, man. The heat is just oppressive. The heat here is in Florida is oppressive. Like, you can't get dressed up nice. As soon as you leave the house to walk to the car, your back's already soaked. Yeah, I've been in the middle of the desert, and the desert, like the actual desert, like Mojave Desert. You know, when you're in the sun, oh, okay, you know, it's a little hot and humid, or it's hot and sweaty, but as soon as you go into the shade, you know, you can survive. In Florida, even the shade is hot. Even the shade, like if you inhale, you can taste hot air in your mouth in Florida. Yeah, I'm from Miami. I'm from Miami originally. Even in the shade, you can breathe in hot. You can actually feel hot ass air. In California, you can be in the desert. If you're in the shade and you breathe in, the air feels normal. Yep. Especially if you're like sweaty dude, bruh, your armpits are gonna look crazy. Because I'm sweaty dude, right? As soon as I get out in Florida, people look at me like, man, this guy's must have been smoking crack all day. Why does he look like that? This guy is currently under the influence of crack. Just intolerable sweat. But that's probably just a personal thing. But then the beaches in Florida, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. Clear water. You can see to the bottom. Like southern Florida, you can see the bottom. And the sand is white. Look at this chop here. See what I'm saying? There's nothing to do here. Yeah, if you got money like that in California, perfect. But even still, even if you do have money, it's still they're gonna get every dime out of you. Every dime. Look at this chop. There's nothing to do here. Chop at the 5. And this handle's still valid. You know, if it breaks above 75, then it'll break structure. Until then, it's still valid. So this is gonna be annoying. Yeah. The water here is not all that. The water in California, especially San Diego, not all that. Because we get all that drug runoff water and toxic water from TJ, from Tijuana. I went to where is it? The not redwoods. I went to the sequoia forest during the winter. Man, this thing was like looking at Middle Earth. You could see deer frolicking around and just snow on top of huge red trees. I was like, wow, this looks fake. Just the other day I was in Big Bear, literally above the clouds. Literally above the clouds. I'll probably post that picture in the Discord. You know, driving above the clouds is not something you do often. And then there's just the weather here is just perfect. It's always perfect. The weather's always perfect. It's always like 75 degrees. At night, you need a hoodie. That's about it. Sometimes during the day, I need a damn hoodie. Tracy says NorCal is better than SoCal. Okay. Okay. Oh, the water. Okay, yeah. That part right there. But here's the thing. You actually can't beat the women in South Florida. Can't be beat. Can't be beat. South Florida, Miami in general, has just beautiful people, period. They're all just gorgeous people walking around like, God dang, what the hell? Ooh-wee. This price action is not for us today. This may not be the day. May not be the day. I don't even have any algos up. I have none. They've given us nothing. And, you know, I really can't even take a guess on anything because there's nothing here. You know, when it happens, I'll be on top of it, but there's nothing here. All we're doing is chopping at the 5. Look at this. Look at this. And keep in mind, this cup and handle here is still valid. I'm early 40s. This is still valid until, what did I say? 75. You know, and 75, that's pushing it. 75 is pushing it. If it does hit 39.75, it needs to wick. It needs to be like a push up and then wick immediately down for this inverse cup and handle to be valid. And this is pushing it. If it gets up here, we're just chopping. Early 40s, Nikki. Damn, I'm old. Damn, I was muted. How'd you know? Chenka, how'd you know I was muted? What the hell? Okay. I don't know what you guys heard, but let me repeat it. So this inverse cup and handle is technically still valid, right? However, we need to break and retest at least underneath this lick right here, at least underneath this one. For any put scenario, for the call scenario, your safety is going to be above 41. What is this? 41.46. If you can scalp something from top of lick to 41.46, maybe. Your safety, BRR above 41.46, BRR below 37.41. If you're taking the gamble in here, fine. If we break structure, and again, this is the upper limits at 39.75. Here, let me mark it out. I'll mark it out. This is for everybody today. If we break, let me put it in teal. I like teal. I don't know why. If we break structure up here, maybe you can scalp something to the top of the lick. And if it gets beyond this to 41.46, maybe. But you know, as of now, this is what we see. We don't need to guess. This is what we see. We see chop at the 5. So I'm gonna remove we can't even draw any goddamn algos. There's none here. This is horizontal liquidity. There is no, they don't give a damn about our diagonal liquidity today. Our little cutesy lines, our colorful lines, they don't care. Look at this, just chop. What I will do, so I'm going to put another one of these down here. I'm going to set my life alert. I'm going to set my life alert. So I set an alert whenever I believe this inverse cup and handle. If it gets up here, the structure should be broken. I mean, if we get up here, you know, it needs to wick if it wants to continue down. Right? But we're going to, this would be, if it gets above this, structure is broken on this, what do you call this? Inverse cup and handle. And then we're going to look for this or this. Otherwise, not interested in here because it's too hectic. So I'm going to clear this up just so everything looks nice and tidy. We're going to clean it up just so everything looks nice and tidy. We have our game plan. If it doesn't happen, we had a pretty good week, so we don't need to risk on today. Look at today. You really want to risk it on today? Maybe. That's for you to decide. So let me one more time. We'll know that this is going to be a thing once this happens. And then you better understand this is scout. If you see $1, you better take it and run. right, they got some strength here. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. I'll be right back. I gotta take this phone call.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
Don't fall for it. Just wait. Wait a little bit. Get the confirmation first. Get the confirmation. Oh, my alert went off. Damn. Inside here, not interested. Don't care. Don't care, not interested. There's more downward pressure than there is up, so a lot needs to happen to the upside for me to get for me to pay attention to the upside. A lot needs to happen. There's more downward pressure than there is up. So if they do want to use this downward pressure to grab liquidity, let's say, like this is just a big liquidity grab right here. Oh wait, let me use the yellow. If this is just a big liquidity grab right here, I would need to see a lot to happen for the upside. And when I'm saying I need to see a lot to happen, I need to see all of this, whatever it is I have here, all of it. If it breaks and shoots up and goes up to all-time highs, maybe I'll just miss out on it because I'm not interested unless I see a significant pullback. Hello. Okay. See what I'm talking about? I'm not about this life. I'm not about this life. This is just chop. This is just chop. Look at it. And keep in mind, this 39.75, this is some arbitrary ass number that I just put here. This is some random number. I think the only reason I'm putting this is because I think that once we get up here, that would be enough, enough to break the structure for this. So unless this structure that I just drew breaks, this would be, and this would be an extreme. But we do see, look, they tested bottom lick box 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. One of them's going to win, right? One of them's going to win. Now we just need to see if we get a high. Was this a lower high right here? And then we need to see if we get a lower high. If we start going above this, then look, then this is probably not valid, right? But we do see them testing. We got test number 1, test number 2, test number 3. But this is literally, whatever's happening right now is literally one of our trading plans. Literally actually one of our trading plans that I've never put before, but you know, the time is the time. So chop around the 5. Chop at the 5. What did I say? Chop, big chop near 5 moving average. That's what I said. And you know, these red candles, these green candles did nothing for me. You know, we have the criteria. Let's just wait for it. That's our best bet. I'm gonna set my alerts again. I'm setting my alerts again. You guys gonna sit here and watch this all day? You're crazy. Don't sit here and watch this junk all day. Set your alerts. Here are my life alerts right here on the teal. I don't even have any algos today. They're just not here. They're not present. There's none present. So, and I don't want to make it up. If I don't see it, I don't see it. And I'm not saying I'm going to be right every time. Obviously, I'm not going to be right every time, but they're not here. It's not here. This is Supply and demand day. They don't give a damn about our little pretty little pictures. Okay, I'm gonna be off to the side. I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna let my alerts go off. I'm not interested inside here. Whenever these alerts go off, I'll check up again. Or we can just call it a damn day. Call it a day. We had a good week. We had a good week. Call it a day. But I'll be off to the side. I'll be right here. I'll check in a little bit.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, let's see what they got. Oh, the alert went off. Dang. This price action is so sketchy. They don't want to break above. And then this is the other setup. If they did this, and then this. So a strong move will be like this, something like that. If they need time to build it, then maybe to close this cup right here, form the handle before the push up, which is actually what happened yesterday. And yesterday it was an ugly, nasty grind. I mean, it still happened, but it was just an ugly, really nasty grind. Was it yesterday or the day before? Maybe it was the day before where we saw the same setup. Damn it, I was talking. Whatever Cruz just said, that was accurate. His 854 comment, whatever he just said, that's accurate. to everybody, we need to stop trying to guess, right? Either one of these things is going to happen, and then whenever it does, this will give us a higher likelihood. We understand we're in this chop right here. We understand we're in this chop. At least let the chop break and then see the retest and then reject to either side. To either side. That's what needs to happen. And if it doesn't happen like that, then that's not our trade. So right here, it looks like maybe we want to see a dance, right? I mean, it's dancing really slow, but we want to see a quick up, down, up. And then this can only ask to get to here. And then this can only get us to maybe the top of the lick box here. And the reason why we're going to point to the top of the lick box is so we can close the cup, if this is going to be a cup. So we got to wait. Because I did technically give 39.75. You know, watch. Let me show you. This is what we're waiting on. We want to know if this is still a thing. And if this is just, if it gets above this and starts making 39.75 support, like to the upside, then that means this structure is broken. I gave it a little extra room. I gave it a little extra room right here because it should have been technically down here, but I gave it a little extra room to up here just to be safe. Here, let me because I think a lot of us try to be like spot on the money, on the nose, you know, point something, 0.00 something. And you know, the market works in ranges. It's not a specific number. So we need a certain thing to happen to verify, right? In my opinion, I'm probably not going to be interested unless I see like this. Like it has to be a significant drawdown, like a significant push up and a drawdown. If it breaks and just continues up, then you know, that's not my trade. When I started Steams, I had, you know, I limited how many trades I would take at first, but I used a cash account. So I had however much I had in my cash account. But I didn't risk my whole entire cash account, right? It was just a couple trades out of the day until it got addictive. And then it was, I remember one time I looked at, the brokerage was like, listen, you've done 99 plus. They just stopped counting. 99 plus trades. I was all over every single thing, every single leg of every single move. But I think maybe like 2-3 grand would probably be, I think like 3 grand would probably be reasonable. I mean, technically you could start with goddamn $50. However much one contract costs, you could start with that. On average, like 175 to 250. Now you don't have to risk that whole entire 175 or 250. You can risk, out of that, you can risk maybe $5 or $10, $0 if you really wanted, but it all depends on your risk tolerance. But I just had, you're asking me how much I started with. I just had cash in the account, and I didn't really pay attention to how much. It was just cash in the account that I was using. All right, I want to see what they got on this teal right here. even though, you know, it's kind of an arbitrary number I just threw up, it looks like it's, we see that there's some resistance here, right? So if they break this resistance, we also see a break, retest, maybe a rejection of this lick box here. So we'll see if what happens if they break this resistance, if it can get up to 40.60. But look, from the touch off the 5 to now, it's been like how long? About 30 minutes. All right, look, you see the environment we're in. You see the environment. If you're taking a play, you have to be willing to deal with all this. You got to be willing to deal with sideways, incremental up for 30, 40, 50 minutes at a time. You got to be willing to deal with it. You see the environment. This is the environment we're in. Okay, we got some intel. Trump is live. He's currently live saying some stuff, so let's see what he says. Or if we can get some intel. What's he talking about? All right, well, whatever he said doesn't look like it's a good reaction. Iran and weapons. It's choppy. It's choppy today. It is very choppy today. It's choppy right near the 5. It's choppy near the 5. Big chop near the 5. Early this morning. That's what's happening.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Maybe another 45 minutes of annoying grind. It's gonna be ugly. It's just choppy by the 5. That's all we got. All right, I'm gonna step away for a little bit. Let's see if we form support at 39.75. We're gonna form some type of support up here, or some type of resistance under here. That's what we're looking for. I'm gonna step away. I'll check in a little bit. All right, we got the 5 right here. Be careful. Overlay your 1 minute. We got the 5 right here at 38.26.
Rage on that beat, going crazy. Rage on that beat, going crazy. Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, there goes the move. Let's see what they got. We got to make sure this isn't a stop hunt. You better take that profit, Stacy. You better take that profit. Take it and run. All right, protect this trade if you did. Remember what I told you. Listen, I told everybody I'm not going to be interested unless I see this, this, and this. Protect this trade. We have to stop front running the plays. Let it play out. We need certain things to happen. Adjust your stops above 41.46. Here, look, wait for the break, retest, and reject. Break, retest, reject. Above this line, I even had an arrow pointing to it. Or we have to wait for this line here. We can't front run the plays. Don't try to guess what's going to happen. We're not going to get 100% of the move. You guys need to stop trying to get 100%. Be happy with something. I don't remember if I know I said it, but I told you I'm not going to be interested unless we get this, this, and this. I'm going to adjust. I always tell you, let it be obvious. It needs to be obvious. All right, I'm probably gonna move all the contracts to 40, 41, 46. Okay, can't lose from here. Whatever happens, win, lose, or draw. At a pretty good entry. Pretty good entry. I'll take a little bit more. I'm gonna leave my runners down here. I'm gonna start chasing this. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play it cool. I'm gonna play it cool. All right, solitaire, look. Let me go back. All right, look at the 920 or 9, 10, 12, the 1228 candle, or excuse me, my remark from 1228. I said, don't put too much stock in the wedge. We are in chop. Go to the 928 remark. Here, watch. Oh, they reached an agreement. U.S. and Iran reached an agreement. Here. 928, or excuse me, 1228. Don't put too much stock in the wedge. We are in chop. And that's when I went and did all the extra work to show you that I even matched the 1 minute to the 5 minute. So whatever happened on the 5 minute, you can see it happen on the 1 minute. This one got me. This just took out. This one got my first set, and this one just took out my second set right here. Okay, good trade. Whatever happens, happens. Let me read the comments. You didn't see it? Oh, damn it. But look. I had it written right here. Wait for the break and retest underneath. And I had a drawing to it. Also, on that wedge, it was sketchy because we were at the 5. It needed to break the 5. But it had to be underneath this teal or above this teal here. It just had to be. Damn, this one took me out. I was on the 5 minute, not the 1. The 5, I mean. Yeah, so even on the 5 minute. Even on the 5 minute, right? It never broke below the teal. It never broke below the liquidity box. If you're buying puts, you're buying in the middle of the chop. When I'm saying obvious, I mean we're breaking the liquidity, not in the middle of it. When I'm saying obvious, I mean like we have a direction now. This is still in the middle, which is why I said don't put any stock in this wedge. It still needs to, and then I put this teal and then I put this teal so you know that it's matching this. So if you're using the 5, you didn't necessarily need to go back and forth. I just try to make it a little bit easier. And then since I am streaming, you can see that on the 1, the retest and the reject. This literally did exactly what I drew. I think I drew it like somewhere over here. I was like, I'm not going to be interested unless it does this right here. I don't know how long ago it was, but I know for a fact that I drew it, and I said it out loud, and then it literally happened. Nikki says, told you so. Calls were looking juicy. Oh man, that's funny. Told you. Oh shit. Shooter's gonna shoot. Ask Robert Ory. That's funny. But look, I mean, I literally typed it out. Wait for this or wait for this. In here, we're probably not interested, right? it can't, you know, it can't be in the middle. We need to, so to me, something like, obviously I can say it now, this would be obvious that we're gonna have some continuation. Or on the other side, it had to be something like this would be obvious that there's gonna be continuation. Not still in the liquidity box. And it's also written right here. Wait for this with an arrow. I'm pretty sure it actually hit on the actual arrow. Did anyone take the break above teal? Or sat it out because today's choppy? I know Stacy took it. All right, Doug. All right. There we go. Look, you guys need to stop front running the plays. Let it play out. We're not going to get, you're trying to get the best possible price. So then so you have a bias, you're trying to take a play so you get the best possible price on your bias instead of let's wait for the higher probability setup. I was going off the orange line and blue line. Orange line. So when this blue broke, I immediately said, you got to protect this trade. Immediately, you have to protect this if you took it. And I drew an arrow to show you, you need to protect this trade because if you look back at the 9, oh, I'm still on the live stream. I mean, I'm still screen sharing. If you look back at, where is it? The 9 something, I said, oh, look, Chenko even said wedge, right? Don't put too much stock in the wedge. We are in chop. And then question mark, wedge question mark. That was a rough 22 bucks, Doug. That was a rough 22 bucks, but you made it. I was in the other room, came back and just seen the rejection off orange. Thought the break of blue was my entry proposed. I mean, that's reasonable. That's reasonable, Cruz. That's reasonable. It's a reasonable assessment. However, these teal, it had to break below the teal, no matter what. I mean, because sometimes, or a lot of times, it's not just the break of something. A lot of times it's going to be, not only does it need to break, but also this thing, right? So it needs to break and at this time here, let's say 1245. Yeah, right here, we were up against the 5. You can't take a trade. You can't take a put above the 5. You have to at least wait till we get below the 5. And then this teal down here would have let me know that we've got enough distance to say we grab liquidity from the 5 to give us some pressure down. So I think someone else did this the other day, but look, you can't buy puts above the 5. You can't buy calls below the 5. You have to wait till it breaks above or below. We can't, yeah, it's just, it's never, not never, but it's rare. It's rare. We need confirmation. The confirmation is going to be the retest and rejection. Or, you know, I put this teal down here just to show if we get this far, then that means we probably have some distance. We probably grab the liquidity and now we're just maybe settle out up here, settle the orders, and then find the next level of liquidity. But I mean, it's a good lesson to learn. Never buy a put right in front of above the 5. You want to wait till after. You want to wait till after. No. So yeah, the teal could have been the line for rejection, right? Because it rejected. So, but the play was wait for the break, retest under. And I have a arrow pointing right here. Wait for underneath this for the break, retest, and reject. Wait for BRR under the teal. And then this one I had an arrow right here. Wait for the break, retest above this teal. And I translated that onto here so you guys would understand if you're using the 5 what we're looking for or what we're looking at. But either way, I was still streaming. I was streaming on the 1. Okay, so let's learn to scroll through all these, right? We have to go through all the charts and make sure it all makes sense. So, Nikki, I took the rewind option off. You can after the stream, whenever I close the stream, you can go back and rewind. Okay, let's let this settle out. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. Look, I know you guys are tired of hesitating and waiting for plays to go by, and you hesitate and you don't get in, and then it goes in the direction you thought it was gonna go. I get it. I understand that. But we need to wait for the setup. If it doesn't happen the way we like it, then there's no trade. For example, let's say this would have done this all day above this teal. If it would have done just like this, like cut and paste this over and over and over and over, and it went from teal to 41.46, this wouldn't have been the setup I wanted, right? Because I specifically said I need this right here. This is what I need. I need the price to break above, retest, and reject. This is what I want to see. All this movement right here. This is what I need to see. And I have to rewind it, but it's damn near exact. I got to go back and see whenever I did it, but I know for a fact I did all that movement. So once this happened, that was my setup. That was it. All right, good job, Stacy. Good job. And now look, it continues, man. See, I need to sit on my hands a little bit. Because my runners could have got, look how much I could have got from my runners. I'm not blaming you, Cruz. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, I just want to, because if you're making the mistake, or if you're doing that, I'm not saying it's a mistake. That's just the risk you decided to take. But if you're doing that, chances are other people are too. So I'm trying to I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. I'm going to read your comment. I honestly thought 5-minute chart was for Discord. That's why I stay on the chart. Didn't hear the part of you saying to lay them over. Okay. So I've been saying to overlay all of these charts. I don't know how long, for at least weeks, every day. Every day I've been saying it for weeks, at least weeks since you've been in the Discord. But you're right, the 5-minute chart is for Discord members, which is why I overlaid the teal, right? The teal here with this one right here, with the 1 minute. So you didn't, if you were using the 5-minute, then you knew what to expect right here. So because I told the Discord members, use the 5-minute chart, this is why I compensated for it. Wait, I'm pretty sure I even said it. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. Okay, look. Go to the 9:55. Let me just screen share. Look at the 9:55, right? This is Pacific Standard Time. Resistance and support match on the 1 and the 5. Supply and demand. Horizontal. They don't care about diagonal liquidity. This is me, right? . 43.26. Let's see if they get a second bite at the apple at 43.26. All right, 43 broke. Oh no, yeah. So let's see 43.26 what they do. Second bite at the apple at 43.26. Above this, we got to go to the 30-minute chart. Look for wait. Okay, no. I have 43.95 on here as well. So let's see 43.95. All right, so on the 1 minute chart, 43.26 hit. The 5 minute chart, the next target is going to be 44 exactly. So now look, we hit target. Figure out your life, figure out what you want to do. But look, even if you did take puts, let's say you did take a put and you put your stop above the last high, or even if you use this last high, once it broke, retested, then you know that the calls are on the way. And then this would have easily outdone whatever loss you took here. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Man, that's amazing, Stacy. I'm glad you recovered. Glad you recovered. Stacy said, I had head trauma in 01, came a long way, in 2 years of chemo and radiation, was able to understand this by your technique, and I'm stoked to get on the Discord. All right. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. Take your time. There's no rush. All right, let's see if 44 is next on the menu. On the 30-minute, Okay, yeah, basically 44. 43. I have 43.95 in the 30 minute, but 44 makes a little bit more sense, huh? You need to start adjusting your stops. Next time, Cruz, what I'll do is, or for everybody, whenever I type some stuff in the chat, I'll do the at everybody, because I think it sends like a notification or something, or maybe it makes a sound, I think. So maybe I'll do that so you can hear that I type something, just in case if people type in behind me, that it doesn't like go past and you miss it. So I'll make sure that I put the at everyone whenever I'm typing in here, so you guys can hear it. Cup closed. We need to look for this for continuation. Either this. Teresa, how are you doing? Wait, is it, are you Teresa from the Discord? Wait. Is this Discord Teresa that for some reason is on YouTube? Ah, okay. Got you. Got it. Yeah, so look, they close this cup right here. If it gets above 43.90 or 44 rather, you got to look for this. If not, they could pull back to like this. That's on the 30 minute. I'll leave it on there for you. I swear to God, everyone in the Discord is just on YouTube. So there's probably no one watching on YouTube. That's funny. I might as well just cut out the YouTube. It's just an unnecessary step. Yeah, 44 looks juicy. But look, even if you got the put wrong, you know where the answer is now, right? if you took a guess here or you took the leap of faith here on the break of blue, then you know where the answer is. So it's eventually you're gonna, I'm not saying what you should do, but I think that eventually you're not gonna be afraid to get back in. Because sometimes, like when we take the loss, we're like, ah, damn, that shit hurt my feelings. And then you kind of get like dejected. You're just like, oh man. Oh, and you get into your head and get into your feelings, and you're not willing to take the risk on the next, on the actual setup. But I think eventually you'll I'm not afraid to get back in, but that took a little bit of time because I used to be like that. I used to take, and I think it's a lot of bias. My bias would just tell me, you know, I want to see this or this is going to happen. And then a candle would make me think a thing. I would go with that candle, and then I get slapped. I get slapped in the face. So from this point here, we have to wait for a break of this. I have 43.95. We're just going to call it 44. And then a retest of it. And this right here could be a sloppy handle. So if we get above this 44, we got to wait for the retest. 44 is right here. They're like 30 cents away. On the 5-minute chart, 44 is the next thing. And then I have a gap right here for some reason. So from 44 to 48.33, I have a gap. I'm not sure why, but I do. About to hit 44, 20 cents or 19 cents away from 44. I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. Or maybe I'll move it off to this. I'll just clean it up.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
God damn it. I was just on mute the whole time. How long was I on mute for? Was I on mute? Was I on mute that whole time? God damn it. Okay. I'm going to do this one more time and I'm going to be quick about it. All right, I'm going to share the screen real quick. Here we go. Let's look at the trading plans. I'm going into the trading plans. Let's start from the top. This morning we had chop along the 5, right? All right, cool. Let's see if the bolt down would have worked. If we go to the bolt down, we needed to break, go to 35.47, retest 37.92, and reject underneath 37.92, right? So let's see what happened. Or let's look at the 30-minute. So that didn't happen, right? We needed to bolt down to here to 35.47, retest 37.92, and reject. So bolt down was never an option. All right, let's go to the next one. Chop was an option. Bolt down, never an option. Let's look at the bolt up. For the bolt up, we wanted to see the price go down to a little bit below 37.92 and then spike up, do a dance around the 5, and then push up to close to 46 maybe. All right, let's see what happened in real life. So we see it went a little bit below 37.92, did the dance on the 5 and pushed up to maybe almost getting up to 46. So that one would have worked, right? The bolt up trading plan, that one would have worked. Let's look at the long-term cup and handle. For long-term cup and handle, we needed to see the price reach 43.95. That was the goal, right? To hit 43.95 and see if we pull back. Let's see what happened. Boom, 43.95 hit. Now we got to wait for the pullback. Let's look at the next one. The micro cup and handle. The micro cup and handle, I dug down too deep, right? I went all the way to 35.47. It stayed right at 37.92. And then the little handle right here, let's see what happened. So as you can see, it just stayed at 37.92. It didn't dig this far down. So it stayed at the 5, grabbed liquidity up to 5 and pushed up. So I think today the most applicable trading plan would have been the bolt down. The only one that was down, it was never even an option, right? The bolt down was never an option. It never presented itself. The only options we had for the trading plan were either chop, bolt up, long-term cup and handle, or micro cup and handle. I only had one option for a down scenario today. And I don't know if I definitely didn't do it on purpose, but this is just what I see, right? So look at this bolt up. I think this bolt up is probably the best one because it went a little bit below 37.92 before the push up. So look, a little bit below 37.92 before the push up.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Yeah, we had a pretty good day. We had a pretty good day. Pretty good day. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes these candles will make you keep staring at them, and that's why I put alerts. That's why I put alerts, get up and walk away. When the alerts set me off, then I'm like, okay, now I need to pay attention. Let me see if the next thing I want to see is going to happen. That's why I put alerts. If you sit here and look at the candles all day, it's going to make you, they're going to make you think, they're going to show you some red, and you're going to think, oh, okay, perfect. The puts that I thought, this is what's going to happen. They're going to show you some green. Then you'd be like, oh, you know what? Okay, I know what happened. They're grabbing liquidity. Now they're going to go the other way. They're going to show you some red, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, we're just in chop. You can't sit here and keep looking at the candles. All right, Stacy, have a good one, brother. You can't sit here and just stare at the candles. This is why I put alerts. I put alerts. I'm not going to be interested until we get above this or below this. And remember, I've been telling you all, well, I think I just started this literally like this week, where I call these teal rangers the life alerts. Here are my life alerts. All right, let's see if we get some drawdown at what? The 43.95, right? It's all a part of the plan. Is it time for puts? Hold on, damn. Wait, look, you guys are thirsty. Wait a minute. The put scenario is not until underneath 41.46. If you're taking the risk from up here, good luck. We got to get underneath 41.46. And we're still fighting, the strong uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend too much. Damn, why y'all so thirsty? Is it time for puts? Hold on. And look, Cruz, we're not going to win every day, right? Those things, that's not a thing. As long as we win, we want to win the war. We're going to lose a couple battles. We need to win the war. Buy puts and calls, can't lose. I'm not saying that. I was reading a comment from the YouTube, by the way. Let's see what happens on 43.26. Or I should just put 43. I don't know why I put 43.26. Whatever. I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it for whatever reason. I have it there, so I'll just leave it. And I have a lot of blank space on the 5 minute. I'm not too happy about that. I also have a lot of blank space on the 30 minute as well. All right, Nikki, have a good one. We'll see them. Is the market open tomorrow? I don't know if the market's open tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's closed on Monday. Okay. All right, yeah, we're going to do it again tomorrow too. Yeah, we're not interested in puts until minimum 41.46. Minimum. We got a couple things we got to watch out for, right? We got to watch out for this right here. We have to watch out for this one right here. And then maybe even this right here. And then we'll look for this right here. So if you're in puts, here's all the risk. You're risking all this. Or if you're looking for puts, now you see the risk. And this is on the 1, so just use the 1 for right now. You're going to be fine. I'm going to make a conscious effort to be even more clear. I just want to show I'm trying to accommodate many different trading styles, so it's a little difficult, but I'm going to make a conscious effort to try to be more clear. That's what I'll do. And I'll be a little more repetitive. I know I'm repetitive already. I know. I get it. But, I'm sitting here the whole time. You guys are getting up and walking away and stuff like this. I don't know when, so I don't know what you heard, so I'm going to be a little more repetitive just in case you didn't hear something. And also, I'm going to put in the chat, I'll put the at everybody or at everyone. So I think it'll give you that... the sound that, I don't know how you guys have it set up. Maybe you have it set up so every time does it. Ah, you had it on mute. Come on, man. But either way, I think it's still going to be helpful. So I'm going to, unless you guys are like, no, please stop talking. Stop talking so much. Just draw the picture, dude. All right, look, let this settle out, right? Damn, we waited all day for that. We waited all damn day for that. But when it did happen, it was literally perfect. It literally did exactly what I wanted it to do. And look, we had, you know, this kind of made it obvious. Kind of made it obvious. And it was because it broke above, right? It broke the liquidity. So now we know that it broke this liquidity here. We just needed to see the market settle out the orders, right? The liquidity is broken. People are covering their position, and now they got to find the next level of liquidity. I'm here. I'm just being quiet for a little bit. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Give me a second. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Okay. 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 They made me a $4 hauler. They just made me a $4 hauler. I tried to get this. I took a put. It filled me damn near on the bottom of this, of the 1407 candle. And then it just made me a $4 hauler. That's fine. That's fine. I probably still would have been broke even if I would have just held a little bit. No, because it filled me on the bottom. My break even would have been on the bottom. $4 holler. That's okay. All right, let's just settle out, let it play out. Let's see what we got. Empire State Building pattern. Is that a real thing, Doug? Oh no, I was a $3 holler. I'm always a $3. I'm good at $3 hollering. $3 holler. God damn it. Not even 4. Okay, let it settle out. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay. I have to step away for like maybe an hour. I'm going to let this run in the background. So if it keeps running, great. The setups are right in front of your face. The risks are right in front of your face. Don't overstay your welcome. They're testing. Well, all-time highs at 749, so got a little bit of ways here. If you made money today, think about calling it a day and enjoying your weekend. I have to step away for maybe an hour and a half, something like that. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play in the background.
Rage on that beat, going crazy. Rich on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I made it back. Let's see. I finally made it back. Damn, how'd you not be back soon? I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before where it was the first flexion right here that was the thing that kept going. But I think we see a pretty good call out right here, right? Pretty good call out. All right, let's see what we got. We got about 30 minutes left. Did anyone take this flexion right here? All right, cool. Oh, yeah. All right, let's pay attention really quick. I'm gonna open up the trading plan. Here, I'll screen share really quick. Screen share, trading plan. Let's go to the long-term cup and handle. I have it retraced down to around 38.77. What actually happened? Okay, I was $2 off. Let's see if there's another one that's better. Oh wait. The micro retrace was about to 40.80, a little under 40.80. Okay, the micro, right? A little under 40.80 right here. So we're gonna look at the micro. 40.80, a little bit below 40.80. Here we go. A little bit below 40.80 right here. So if we overlaid our trading plan with the possible flexion, and then we went to the 1 minute, we see that a little bit below 40.80 was probably going to be our flexion, right? Does everyone see that? So here's the trading plan. It was like this. For those of you that aren't watching on YouTube, it was like this. Let's move it over just a bit. A little bit below 40.80. A little bit below 40.80 was the flexion. Here, let me clean that up right here. So we had an idea that, you know, this is probably going to be a good point to grab some more liquidity if they wanted to push up again.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, now we're getting to like the last 30 minutes, right? So if they want to fade here for the rest of the day, completely reasonable in between here and here. You know, ideally, you know, we like to see them go finish this off, you know, back up to 44. This would be ideal. But if you took this flexion here, you need to start thinking of, you know, we're late in the day, theta's kicking in. It's we probably need to close up or figure out what you want to do with those contracts. We see a nice break, retest, and reject underneath the lick box right here. Right here. What are you saying? Someone put $1 million call order in? Two. Okay. Man, they really want to finish off this goddamn. I mean, ideally, you'd like to get to 44.89, but if they fade here and then maybe finish off the move in after hours, that's reasonable too. Wait, we do have a trading day tomorrow. So, okay, tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow might move early in the session. We're gonna, like how today was trash in the session. Today was absolutely trash. And then it moved later on in the day. I think tomorrow might be opposite. Tomorrow's probably gonna be opposite. I took 2 trades. The first one somewhere down here, first set, second set. let all this go as usual. And then I took a $3 was it $3 or $4 hauler right here. Then I had to leave. But damn, look at this one. This one would have been nice. This one would have been nice. But there's no way to know, right? Because I forgot when it was. Was it yesterday or the day before where I did the same setup like this, and like this? And it was the first one. It was the first one. It just kept going up the first one. All right, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to be quiet. All right, in like what, 1 minute? Brace for violence. Brace for the violence in 1 minute. Okay, that's the session. Pretty good session. All right, look, it's important we remember that if we get chopped, all that means is they're building liquidity. Okay? Now, if we get chopped at the end of the day, then there's nothing we can do about that. But if we got time, they're just building the liquidity. So we have to wait for the setup. Now, if you got caught inside of this chop here, this is reasonable. If you're going to get caught in chop, it better be in the chop, right? So this makes sense. We're not going to win them all if you had your... However, you know, sometimes I get it. When you take the loss, you're like, you know what? I'm out of it. My mind's out of it. That happens to me all the time, where I take myself mentally out of the game. However, if you keep your wits about you and realize the next setup is on the way, you just have to wait for the setup. We understood that it had to be either above this or below this. That's all it had to be, right? And we could have recovered, but this is going to take time to learn that lesson. So market structure was the key today. We're going to go through and look at the screen share. It's probably all the Discord members anyway. We're going to look through, this is the trading plan from this morning. We wanted to make a play off the 5. We started out with the chop, and then I think we could have went to either this bolt up right here, this bolt up, right, to grab liquidity and then shoot up, or we could have used, I think more, this one's probably, I think the micro, probably a little more. Now the only issue with the micro was that I didn't know where the 5 was going to open because the price was on the move. So I drew it a little bit deeper to give a little more security, I guess. But it actually ended up bottoming out around 37. So 37 ended up bottoming out. I drew it a little deeper. But other than that, the same flexion points, right? Same flexion points. Absolute perfection. So there we go. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. And the Discord members, I'll be in there in a second. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. We're going to do the same thing again tomorrow. Until next time, have a good day.